Everyone, this is SriLankan Airlines 171 is about to depart. Right now, you should be able to see some settings in my stream is a little bit off from the real scenario. That is a loading glitch. However, we are departing as required. Apologies about that. The first step, we shouldn't experience something like this, but today we are experiencing some of the gates systems have been attached like into the aircraft itself. Basically, we are today flying to Bangalore International Airport. You can see some of the gate system are crossing through the platform. That is, of course, is not a problem with current system, but it is more or less a problem in the platform itself. So let's make it correct. I think after a while it should be fine, all good. Right now we are a little bit off, but that is completely okay. For the rest of the flight, we are almost good.
Flight attendants, arm doors, and cross-check.
We also need to check the pushback speed and everything. I think something happened when it is parked. I didn't check that either. It looks like parked as a part of the software glitch. It didn't park where it has to be, but that is completely fine. Right now we are proceeding with our fuel. We have taken some extra fuel today, but this is not a very hefty journey actually, which is closer to Colombo itself. Where we are trying to go to Bangalore today. This is kind of a short flight. I'll tell you why once I have completed few flights today. First of all, let's go through the checklist and release the tug, as well as we can be on the parking brakes. And then I think let's call the tug again and let's do something more into this flight. Like looks like he left. He won't be coming again. But okay, I think tug is attached. Okay, I think I have currently mapped up correctly. Takeoff configuration set. Okay, parking off. Parking system is all good. We can turn off. Oops. Apologies about that. I think this will be a bad record for me. But let's make it right again. I forgotten to turn on the engines. I think it should be fine. We have enough voltage and the system will come up right now. Issues can happen as well as always these kind of things can happen, but the matter is resolving this in the right way. Right now we are getting ready for the departure for this Friday. We actually couldn't do the briefing. I take this an opportunity to do the briefing. This will be up in any minute. If needed, let's get power also over here. Okay, I think all good. Everything came up. Let's wait until this comes up and APU bleed turning on. Roger. Okay, starting engine number 2. Today is starting engine in the taxiway. I just wanted to check whether I will not be rewarded with any marks if I fully taxi to the runway, because my A330 300 actually that was 900 last week couldn't start up properly. That is the reason why I'm checking this out. Hi Shamika, how are you? It's a great pleasure to see you here. Actually, it is almost in the morning, and thank you very much for being here. Engine 1 is almost started, and we are waiting for the engine number 2. At the same time, we can also play the safety audio, because we have delayed the start on the taxiway to make sure the safe start is done. So actually, this is marked system. That means whenever you are in the flight, they are going to mark you on behalf of us. I think now you can see our flagship audio in the background.
Ayubowan and welcome to SriLankan Airlines. Taking off is a world of fun. We're soaring up to the clouds towards the sun. But before we get started and set you on your trip, please buckle up and hear out these safety tips. Now store your bags overhead or under the seat. Keep the exits and aisles clear, then tuck in your feet. First things first, you've got to buckle up for flight. Slip it in, zip it tight, till it starts feeling just right. Just lift the top flap up if you need to go. But keep it on visibly if the sign says no. In the unlikely event of an emergency, follow our instructions and listen carefully. Please reach under your seat for your safety vest, but in business class, check your safety card, and we'll explain the rest. Then put it over your head, strap it around your waist, buckle in and tighten to keep it in place.
And this is where we are trying to line up the aircraft, I mean, with all the configuration before our departure. Okay.
Or tubes on the sides. If you're with children under the age of 2, special life vests will be provided to you. Now, if the cabin pressure changes, we'll keep you from the dangers. Oxygen masks will drop from above. Let's take care of you first, then help the ones you love. Pull it down, cover your nose and mouth. Wrap the bands around, then tighten the band.
And
Next, turn to your loved ones and lend them a hand. In the unlikely event of an unplanned landing, we'll say this thrice with your understanding.
I think we need to set auto brake to max. And we are all good.
Keep your heads down and stay down. Heads down, stay down. Heads down, stay down. Trust in the crew, there's always a plan. We've got multiple exits, so you're going to be fine.
For now, I'll
follow the flow path lights to the nearest sign.
Scope mode Charlie. That will ensure
remember to take your heels off and leave them aside.
ATC. And I have
There's no reason to wait.
And my aircraft is up and
so
running.
Head on to the slides at your nearest exit. And before landing and takeoff, note the basics in flight.
Of course, we need to check up on the
switch your devices off.
Air conditioning unit and everything.
And don't pull out that light. There is no smoking in here. Pull your seat upright, buckle up and don't lean.
That means it's a very
Stow your trays away and also your screen. If the window seat's the one for you, lift the blinds up for takeoff and let the light shine through.
Pressure also, almost we have the pressure that we need. Hydraulic pressure checked and confirmed. Everything is all good and applicable.
Finally, as we gear up to soar, please check out the safety card for these tips and more.
Air conditioning, we are right
now at 25. A safe flight is our promise to you. The crew's always around to guide you through with warmth and hospitality day and night. We thank you for flying SriLankan Airlines. Enjoy your flight.
Because we are traveling to head in the India region, and the El Nino is coming up, and
everything. Welcome to SriLankan Airlines, where the world is yours to explore.
Righto, I think now the configurations are done. Please pause if you have any questions or if you enjoy this channel, and share me how we can improve the quality of this channel further on. We are striving hard to make sure you are enjoying the best experience with SriLankan virtual experience. You can also join this experience. Actually, if you need to join this experience, you can just work with us. You can connect with us. You all need to have a PC and connect with us. Yeah, we are not the fully real world pilots, but we do the same stuff. But of course, pilots are doing the the best job. But here, what we do is you can also help with us to learn more on these topics and connect with us, enhance your knowledge. That is already up for you, and we are ready for taxi. Today we don't have any ATC pressure, but let's have a good conversation. You can ask many questions as you need, and we can give you the best answers possible for each and every question. Right now, I'm just checking up everything, and I need to go to the checklist. My beacon is on, and after start checklist, anti-ice is not required. Ecam status, no blue, and I have pitch trim already set for takeoff. Rudder trim is neutral, and after start checklist is completed. Flight control checking left, right. I think I have a little bit different in controls. Let me correct it if that is wrong. Yeah, from here to here, that is little less. That is something I need to correct. Actually, when we are working with joysticks, oops, that is what happening when we reconnect it. Okay, anyway, we have the parking brakes, so let's try to fix it. Okay, all good. Okay, now we have good control. Rudder check, pitch and roll, all good. Flap setting already set for takeoff. Prepared wind shear is connected. Engine mode selector is normal. ECAM memo no blue. Cabin is ready. Cabin crew be seated for prepare cabin for the departure. And we have to go now. Release parking brakes. We have started moving slowly, and we need to make sure we are making up to the speed. Now we are going at around ground speed of 4, and it is increasing to 5. Eventually it goes up to some number, so probably we need to stop it before going there. The whole purpose is we need to make sure we are in the limits whenever we are ready for the departure. Traffic taxi into runway 22 via the normal taxiway routine, company routine, and will please inform any traffic inbound to runway 22 Colombo. Okay, now we have notified our Unicom. That means we don't have ATC in this region. That means we need to inform the ATC, other pilots in the region that we are going to the runway. Otherwise, they might be landing, and sometimes they might be clashing. And you remember very recently, I think there is a flight crashed out. I think some stalling scenario or something. Oh my gosh, I have violated the speed. I think I was in a taxi overspeed of 30 knots. That means I'm reducing some score in this taxi. We need to make sure we are reducing that while we are doing all the chit chats with you. Right now again 20. Better reduce it up to manageable speed. Usually in taxiway like this straight taxiway, we can go up to a speed of 30 knots, but today I went up to 33 knots. It is a bit high. That is why I wanted to make sure I'm be ready off, and we need to be ready for the departure. Make sure this is on takeoff, landing lights, and all lights on. And what this matters is when you are flying, you need to have a discipline. You don't overspeed. You are going with a very rational speed that you can control, and that is stated in the Federal Aviation Authority. That means that is 30 miles per hour is the, I think we could say this is not kmph, it should be knots. Now we are entering to the runway 22. VCBI traffic entering to runway 22, report any inbound traffic. Okay, I think some of our other people, you look at over here, you can see another aircraft coming in to us, but before that we can depart, of course. Let's do immediate departure right now. Let's check the takeoff config is normal. I think that particular person is not in the Unicom, or he might not listening to our conversation. I don't know what is happening over there. My aircraft call sign today is SriLankan 171, but there is no need to rush. Actually, we are listening on our required frequency, and I'm just cross-checking. Okay, here all good. Take off thrust. This is our takeoff roll. We are maintaining the center line. V1. Rotate. V2. Positive climb. Gear up. Autopilot on. And I think we are just right on the course, but let's direct to the closest waypoint to make sure we are in the right levels. And let's increase up the speed. Oh, I'm going the other way around. 12,000 feet. And let's eventually increase this. And let's turn on auto throttle as well. Flight director is on. All configuration checks are normal. Takeoff lights also we can turn off now, but ideally better you should be at least flight level 100 and below when you are doing that. And right now we are departing, and most of the time I think I would be able to stabilize. Okay, now I'm just looking at my configurations. I will be waiting until 50 to 100 and it is coming up, and let's increase this altitude first of all. While this is going on, I need to tell you something regarding the recent incident. We don't know what happened. If you know, there is a crash happened. Very recently. That is a cargo aircraft. That is a Boeing 777-2 Hotel 6 Echo Romeo. This is no, actually this is a different flight, but I am looking for that K2 Airways flight which is crashed. It is a Boeing 737-400. It is not the MAX we discussed. It is a different aircraft. I might be able to show up a photo for you. Actually that incident was devastating. I'll share you up if there is anything related to that. I have found in the channel as well. But I'll go through this incident. I want to talk with you. This is I think this is named as 737-4MO. It went to Karachi Airport, and it is about 155 nautical miles before the Karachi Airport. If you remember, look at my videos. I have gone to OPKC or Karachi Airport several times. I think last time also I did a flight there, as I remember at least. I did a flight there, definitely. You remember? We are not going closer today, but this very unfortunate incident we had to face. So when it comes to that, there are certain certain official articles has been released on this. This is regarding K2 Airways cargo aircraft with the call sign of Alpha Papa BOI, and that is Boeing 734. All with all due respect to the crew, this is kind of devastating incident happened. Actually, the flight almost apart, and I think it is pretty much with all. Look at the incident happened. It is very serious incident. I think in a while I can share you up the details relating to that, how this happened and so and so. I'll share you the details. I was reviewing some of the details where it looks like the aircraft is stalled. But let's, in real time, let's try to analyze what has happened in this flight. This is important. I just had some incidents collected, but not to show it up today, but I have a special interest in this, exploring whatever the aviation related incidents happening. It says like this is avioradar.net website. All credit goes to the that website. Let's go through that article. Yeah, definitely we should have mandatory fuel reservation. It should be, I think, more than at least 20%, I think, because last time I only had I think 8,000 kilograms when I go to Tokyo. In that flight, my fuel reserve was not enough. That means I'm almost up to a little bit less. I think about like all together, all fuel was at 2,500 or somewhere around that. That is, of course, the tank's maximum limit. But when it comes to this aircraft, it is not like that. I'll show you the fuel over here. I can show it up over here as well as from the over here as well. I can check it out. But over here, if you look at like when it comes to minimum in A330, when I was flying, that was about this much of fuel. But usually I am carrying little bit of buffer. For example, today flight, the recommended amount is block fuel amount. According to the plan, is around 5,625. But that is the block fuel. That means keeping minimum takeoff fuel and taxi fuel. But here you look at this extra part, it is missing. Suppose if there is a hold or anything happen, it is our decision to make sure how much fuel we are bringing in. So that depends on the weather as well. But the minimum fuel, I think this is getting overspeed because I was mostly on at whatever the takeoff configuration. Right now I think this is almost done. So what I usually do is, on top of this, I actually bring in some additional. Here I am bringing upon this 5,700, 300, 1,000, 1,300, around 1,500 kilograms. I bring 1/3 of that. So the rule of thumb is we need to have fuel, something buffer on top of the flight plan. That is the idea. Because if you look at 2,000 kilograms, 1,000 kilograms, that is the bare minimum of A320. And when it comes to A330, according to the checklist, actually, when it comes to A330, when it comes to landing, I tell you the right numbers over here. That also depends on the landing weight during calculation, but let me come up with some example for you. So let's look into that. Definitely, it could be more than 2,300 kilograms, but for A330, that is a little bit different. For example, in this plan, right now we have 5,700 kilograms. And let's think about the contingency. We can keep 5% for unexpected winds and slight routing changes. And then suppose whenever you are going to land, the minimum fuel requirement, for example, this is called as alternative fuel, is somewhat required. For example, for A320, it will be around 1,200 kilograms. That means that is the minimum should be remaining once you landed, right? So let's look at the A330. It is important to have this kind of questions, then only we can refresh our brains. And to make sure the AI is safer for everybody. Everyone is flying. For example, when it comes to A330, that 5,700 is not good. Actually, the reason is 5,700 is A320 Neo is an economical aircraft, but for A330, that is different. I'll tell you for this particular destination to VOBL. I'm just wrapping up some calculations. Give me a moment over here. Otherwise, we should have taken from this kind of plan and calculated and get some additional on top of that. But that is not always possible. Here, I think we, for example, we are looking at the minimum. At the meantime, I need to cruise up the aircraft. Right now we have set 37,000, but we have a plan. That means we need to refer to our SriLankan virtual. Okay. For example, for this flight, if you are going with VCBI to VOBL, since this is a regional flight, we will require minimum 12,000 kilograms of fuel to go to that range. On top of that, at least 5% of reserve should be there. That means minimally 3,000 kilograms for E330 as your rule of thumb. That means on top of what you have, you are bringing another 2,500 or 3,000 kilograms is always better. I think that is where I think you should need to look at whenever you are flying in A330. But today I am flying in A320. The reason is A320 setting up easier. I can quickly go. That is the main reason. I'm just turning off seatbelt signs. We need to make sure our passengers are relaxed during our peak. And let's look at our flight plan. ahead, and this is where we can identify where the landing can happen. We have another few waypoints for the landing. The exact reason why I have selected this route is this. Basically, we can make sure we are landing quickly, and today from cadet officer I think we can fly 3 flights and I can secure my cadet to junior first officer, because we started very recently. Even our Sri Lanka sim pilots group itself. So when it comes to that, for example, from Sri Lankan 171, this flight itself is flying across, this particular speed and everything, and right now everything is all good, but right now even we are coming closer to our arrival as well in a few waypoints. Of course, this is also in a little bit distance area, but that is all good. We even didn't have increase of the speed, still we are at Mach decimal 78, and we need to come up to the cruising altitude also. I actually need to check on that. What is the cruising altitude? We can just check it from the flight plan as well, or from here as well. From here we can look at, here we have flight level 380. That is the cruising altitude that actually this flight has. That means we need to come up into some additional altitude over here. Okay, nice, we have configured that, and I'm coming up to upon the top of climb right now. In a moment I think I need to turn this off, this knob, and come up to my standard altitude. For some reason this Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 hypoxia system doesn't work. I don't know why, but if you have any experience about that, let me know. And since you are interested in this and you are looking for very specific technical details, are you flying, Shamika? Usually, are you flying in simulators, or you have never flown in simulators? So let me know. At the same time, I needed to look at this other aircraft which we are talking about, which has been unfortunately crashed. I'm just looking at the ADSB exchange data to be shared. Okay, I think I have the data right now. So it is so sad, this kind of story we are listening in. And I'll appear it up for you in the browser. Anyone who is logging, definitely this is a good opportunity for you to have a look into this. And we also have to be sympathetic when you see this kind of thing. I hope you can see a screen over here. On top of that, I am bringing this up. This is the ADSB data of that particular incident, for us to get some kind of idea. This is not to find any fault or anything, or anything related to the pilots or anything. All credits of these platforms go to respective members as well, who has been maintaining these websites and making sure these information available for everybody. So I hope you can see this. We still have a little way to go. I think I have come up with some advertisement over here, but that advertisement is nothing to do with me. Only through that application I think it is coming up. Apologies about that. Let me share the browser itself. It doesn't work for me, unfortunately. Okay, I think hope you can see my screen. Over here, if you look at this this aircraft, it has been taken off from this airport, and he has started from this gate, and his ground speed was 0 knots, and he has come up to 27 knots, and 24, 22, 14, 16, 19, 18. He has came up with the full of limit, and he has been taken off from the airport from 177 knots, and then he has traveled all over here. At that time the speed was at 292, and he has maintained around 11,050 feet, and then he has gone to 13,000 feet. If you look at this curve, the climb is very well planned. There is no issue in the overall aircraft journey. And afterwards, what has happened here is it has gone to 13,425. That is almost at the same time with few seconds difference, and it has came through 15,000, and it is eventually called upon 20,000 feet. And then over here it was reported on this particular waypoint, it is reported around flight level 250, and there is no I don't think there is a report like over here. It has come to its planned cruise altitude with 433 knots. I think this is obviously should be the ground speed, and the speed, when it comes to the speed, they have also in kind of speed over here the same like speed 438,000, but from here onwards there is no indications what has happened. So later on they have discovered over here 35,000 feet, 35,000 feet, and then we have another 35,000 feet, and let's go over here. And I think the speed, though nothing has changed during its course, this is what it says, but I think then afterwards let's find out any altitude related data is available. Let's look at the data from the back end. Okay, I think I have found an interesting article over here. I'll share it up right now. Look at this. Now, when it comes to this flight, I think you will see this flight number and everything. This OSMJ is taken off, and as I said, it is going to the 350 knots and 468. Likewise, speed has some slight changes. As usual, this is usual autopilot, but here look at this. I think it might be due to any condition, because slight variations can happen in the altitude. Oops, I'm going somewhere. Let me refresh it out. I think I got AXD. Okay, I think it is not ATC. I thought it is ATC. And we have a group over here. I think we can connect to that group and we can converse with Sinhala also, if any one of you is okay. Taraka, Tiran කොහමද?
hello තාරක නම් පොඩ්ඩක් ගියා
මම මේ ඇනලයිස් කර හිටිය අර ප්ලේන් එක. Shamika, you can come and fly with us. As I said, you are using X-Plane 11 and we have some V pilot. We are using the same version. මම මේ අර මේක ෆ්ලයිට් එක ඇනලයිස් කර හිටියේ මේ මොකේද OSMJ වල ඉඳලා ගියේ මේ අර K2 එක. ඒකේ altitude එක ඒ reports එක හම්බ වුණා මට. And over here there is a rapid drop. You can see this drop in altitude. We cannot look at this. It looks like it has turned out. Look at this. This curve has came into kind of ribbon effect, right? That means it has been up in 35,025 and it has come to 35,100. But that is the exact place of top of descent as well. And 446 knots ground speed, and it has some 120 feet per minute. That is a very usual descent. But here it has came up to 600 fpm. 600 fpm means it is safe, but still it is kind of steep altitude drop. And then it has came up to 3,900 fpm where it was dangerously in a slope, right? So this slope has been gone up to this level, and look at the speed. Look at the speed, guys. Over here they have at 446 and then they eventually coming down, but their speed has been, for example, over here 295, and I think pilot may have struggled to recover these. And when it comes to over here, they are reducing the speed, but they are still climbing, but the climbing made I think low altitude coffin cone or something like that over here. See, and also they have I think it looks like, I don't know, based on the data is only available up to this level, based on final information, for example black box data, and whatever the data has been analyzed by the whoever the air crash investigation officers, they might tell us the exact reason. But what we can exactly say is over here we have kind of drop in speed and kind of drop, and the most problematic issue is over here. When we are at 19,000 feet, our speed at 141 knots. That means it is almost stalling. We don't have flaps deployed.
Yeah.
And that is the main problem we have to face whenever we are flying in this kind of environment. Now we have come up to this top of descent, and then we can see this flight has even came up to 100 knots, but the altitude has not been reported. The reason is that is almost the exact time this has happened. We can see the final moments of this flight. Maybe we can play it upon. Look at this over here in this region. I can show up it in the in the screen. Actually, ADSB cannot communicate. It looks like maybe the electrical systems might have failed. That is something eventually needs to find out, I think. The reason is there could be many reasons. One thing can be ADF stopped sending signals, because the reason is when we are stable, yes, we can send the signal fast and everything, but when we are doing the altitude drops, obviously our flight electrical systems can drop down, and maybe it cannot maintain the communication with the satellites at that speed. And what it looks like happen, look at over here. When you come up over here, I don't wish this to happen any pilot. I am also not a professional pilot, yes, that is true, but we can understand the concept based on the flights we have taken, right? Over here, look at this. Now when it comes to the flight, you can see he is trying to control, but it can be, sometimes it can be the elevators has been dropped down, maybe because of some cable or something has been snapped, something like that. At with this rate of drop, it might be communicating some data through satellites, but satellite communications are become widely unstable, right? Even the ADSB is not getting, not might be sending data through the Starlink. It needs connection with some form of satellite at at one point onwards. Maybe a radio, because you can have ADSB receiver, and likewise we can have the ADSB sender as well, but still electrical issues can cause a problem. I think over here this is somewhat problematic, and this is something a nightmare for a pilot, because when he cannot control, look at this. Over here he has taken kind of turn over here, and he was here, and his flight was very stable, even though he is coming down, but he has kind of bend over there. Look into this, and all of the sudden he is turning to the right hand side. What matters most is when the aircraft is turning to that direction. Look at this, your central scope is going beyond, and pilots in the night may not have been detect this change if their electronic components didn't work in front of their eye. Maybe they couldn't level up the flight. They are struggling to level up. Look at this. They are struggling to level up, but it is not leveling up. It is turning again and again to the left banking. That means probably then he is trying to pick up the altitude, but at that time he is reducing his ground speed drastically. Look at this. Now he is coming to 265. He is pretty much struggling, I think maybe 10 minutes, and look at his he is trying to secure the altitude, but at the same time he is reducing the speed. It is very drastic. That means something, when it comes to rapid cycle like this, it is very difficult to control, and we need to learn the aircraft. At that time I can once I completed this flight, I can do something like this, and I'll try to recover this for maybe 10 minutes. Let's try this exercise, because something like this is very serious. My flight also coming to close of the top of descent. In the meantime, I think you can see that over here. That means top of descent means this is where we started the descent. If you look at that flight, that is also the exact place. They have started their descent. I don't know why my data is not up to date. Maybe that is correct, but still we have a little bit of distance for the destination. I think we have 2562. I don't think that is correct. This is a tool I created for you to have that immersive experience while we are flying. We both don't have the same level of flight view, so that's why I created this for you to have a clear look. And we only have about 147 nautical miles in my tool. Today there is something wrong. I will try to fix it up. But that of course could happen with the VATSIM also. Might be something is not working as expected. Over here it looks like it is hanged. No, but it is not completing. I'll turn it off for now. But you can depend on this over here. We have came up with the flex, and our ground speed is this, and we have 160 nautical miles. And let's start our descent. But at 100, 200, 300, 400, 500 feet per minute. And now we are descending with the Flexman, and we are trying to do a high-speed landing today. I think I have done another study because look at my previous video where the law change of the aircraft, but the alternative law in business, Boeing aircraft, I don't think exists. I have never seen it. Alternative law means I'm just checking whether the alternative law available in Boeing aircraft, and let's check it out. It could be ADF can be turned with an aircraft issue. That is obvious. The reason is one thing is when it comes to electrical failures, it could be hydraulic failure as well. It could be something related to the full platform. For example, the snapping a cable sometimes can interact with the hydraulic system, which makes the elevator go down. I'll share you an incident happen. Okay, where elevator failure crashes aviation. I remember one small aircraft had this exact failure. I can't remember the flight number. Okay, I'll share you the required details. Over here, several notable commercial aviation crashes and serious incidents have been caused by elevator or horizontal stabilizer failures, which eliminates pilot's ability to control the aircraft pitch up-down movement. That means pitch up and down movement is not there. Means even you turn the aircraft pitch up and pitch down, making an issue of turning the aircraft as well. One thing is Air Midwest flight 5481, which happened in 2003. Because of incorrect maintenance of the elevator controls cables, severely restricted the range of movement. Coupled with the overweight aircraft, the pilots were unable to push nose down after a takeoff. They couldn't put the nose down after a takeoff because always stabilizer or the elevator is pushed downwards or maybe upwards. At that time you cannot bring the aircraft into down. Ultimately the aircraft is getting unstable. This is available in air crash investigation in the Mayday series. And then we have Air Moria flight 1121 in 2007 crashed because of carbon steel elevator control. Because of carbon steel elevator control, some of the parts of carbon elevators have been snapped out. That means the aircraft elevator has some holes and the control left over, and left over control also missing over there. Because of that, I think after that there are crucial recommendations came in on that also. And then Emery Worldwide Flight 17 in 2000, they also gone through a similar scenario, but I haven't got into a look into know exactly what has happened. And also the stabilizer can be failure, and also there is a failure called runway stabilizer. Runway stabilizer also a type of failure. I saw something in the video called Mentapilot. If you can look at, just have a look into Mentapilot. It shows very specific information on this particular topic, and that is very important to know these kind of issues, because when it comes to pilots it's always a risk. Even though much healthy airplane a moment ago can be a ill-fated aircraft in the next moment that we cannot control, but also the aircraft incidents are very rare compared to any other thing. But that is again because of the availability of aircraft compared to buses. You don't see similar rate of accident, so that is also could be a cause of that. That is indeed an obvious cause over there. And for us right now we have about 260 nautical miles, and we are coming up to 80 curve. That means we are coming closer, and we need to descend fast now. Let's come straight down to flight level 150 quickly. I think this descent rate is enough for us for the moment. This is also sort of rapid descent, but this is also based on my understanding, this is manageable for me.
From the flight deck, ladies and gentlemen, as you may have noticed, we have begun our initial descent down to our destination. Now would be a good time to
And I need to enter the performance information. I think that is missing over here. Let's cross-check the arrival information. We have 1014 as, very recently changed the weather over there, and the temperature is 22 and the wind is 6. And I think my aircraft is about to stall. Maybe I need to leave the throttle a little bit, and at the meantime I need to check my QNH. QNH should be 1014. As I said, it is already changed, and the wind is 6 knots at 260. And let's look at the runway we have. 260 at 6 knots, and our transition at 6000, and our elevation, airport elevation. Let's look at the VOBL. We have 915 elevation because I have gone Karnataka International Airport some time back. Here it is about 915 meters or 3002 feet above the main sea level. That means let's keep it our minimum as 3,300. That is the minimum we can do, or maybe yeah, let's keep it as the barrow reference. And also 3,300 means we have 3,002. That means that 3,300 is good enough. We can also try to enter it here. I think this is good. Then we have the minimums over there. Okay, now we can see most of the, okay, for some reason the descent has not happened. I'll do the expedited descent right now because we are coming closer to the airport. I think the major problem is the reduction of our speed. So we have started our descent without any issues. We didn't got a chance to look at our passengers and their views. Look at this, they are slowly descending. Looks like we might have a tailwind during the landing. Our arrival runway is runway 27 right in Bangalore. And let's get a chance to talk to our members and actually when it comes to the transponder, if it is a malicious event, I mean not for the particular event but in some other events someone can turn off the transponder as well, but that is one of out of the woods actually. But the ADSP means, then again I think that is also signaling from the transponder itself, right? I think that is where the issue came in actually. That might be the place where the issue actually came in from. We can assume like that. It might not be the real case, but we cannot assume anything until the final information are received. We are at 40 nautical miles distance right now, and we have a discontinuity in Bravo Lima 558. We can remove that indeed. Maybe we might have to redirect. Okay, I think it is correcting out. No issues on that. Okay, then now what we have to do is now here we are just aligning with our procedure. We just need to make sure we are lining up with the runway in the correct way. Right now we have BL857, and at the same time let's make sure our parking brake are set. I think my speed is not reducing that fast. We will have to direct to Bravo Lima 558. We don't have ATC still. And let's reduce the speed right now for our desired speed. Only problem I have is whenever I am reducing my speed, it is very difficult for me to reduce the speed. The reason is I'm reducing from mouse, and I added the traditional way. Now I have to turn it over and over again in order to make sure I'm doing it right. Reduce the speed up to 4,500. maybe 4,000 feet. You will hear all the alarms. Doesn't matter, it will reduce the speed, flapping. Okay, now we are taking the speed up to 180 to reduce down to the final speed, and we are cross-checking our descending speeds as well. Looks like total turned off. And we can reduce this. And we can make sure our landing gears down as well as yes.
Hundred above. Minimum.
I think we have some mountains over here. I don't know we are too down, but based on our understanding, it is not. Great. Now we are lining up with the runway, and our descent is okay, but we are not still.
2,500.
Okay, check 2,500. I think we came almost on top of a mountain. That means on top of 200 to 300, around that much of that, and we can see the. I don't think we can see the runway still. Okay, let's get ready for a great landing. Over here, flaps full. Reduce the speed down to final landing speed. We have some distance already. I think we have some mountains. Maybe let's keep it 5,000 feet. Since they have 3,300, let's keep it as 5,300, and if needed, we'll reduce the height. Cabin crew, be seated for landing. Okay, let's look at whether we have any ATC. Right now we don't. Correct. What is Ryanair 767, right? BL558. Yes. No problem. Bangalore traffic, line up at runway to the east of the airport via waypoint BL558. Please report any inbound traffic. And altitude, please. Okay, that aircraft is anyway going a little bit high up. They are not also listening me.
Video කරන්න එපා කියලා.
Tiran,
කියලා.
Taraka.
hello.
මේ මම ෆයිනල් එකේ ඉන්නේ චුට්ටකින් එන්නම් ඈ.
හරි හරි.
And we are just all good over here. We are in 5,300 feet because there is a terrain in front of me. That is even in the real airport I have seen that terrain. So because of that we need to be cautious whether we hit in anywhere or if something is there like that. But usually it is not the case most of the time. We can land without any issues in any airport. All set for the landing. And let's go through the checklist as well since we have more time. I think lineup checklist, we have already checked that. The approach, barrow reference, I think I have checked, but let's correct it again. Oh my gosh, 1014. Okay, now we can see our airport, I think beyond 23 nautical miles. Yes. In fact, we can increase the speed a little bit. But BL558 is a little bit distant. We are not touching that waypoint anyhow at that particular moment. Thank you for notifying, but that's totally okay because anyway we are on Unicom and we can see that in the site. And I think we are in the right speed. We can see we are up above 2,500 feet. Only thing is I forgot to have sort of I think another aircraft is departing. Let's take a look into that. Landing traffic into runway 27 right. Please report any outbound traffic. I think they might be using SIT, but they might not be clearing the runway. I don't know what is happening, but something is happening as well. Yup.
2,500.
Now we can see the diamond icon. The visibility of Kempegowda International Airport is a little bit low today. I think one reason is the terrain over there. Let's turn off some lights to make sure we can see all the lighting and everything as required. Landing is down and speed brake set as required. We are on the minimum landing speed right now, maximum landing speed that we can have. Still, the diamond hasn't started to move. We'll have to wait a little time, and there is a terrain. Because of that, the altitude is reducing drastically. And we are getting for the landing over here in the cockpit. Yep. Anyone in the radio check? And we are running now up to the landing, but still we are not in the final leg, but that is okay. We have stabilized flight, and let's see how our crews are feeling. I think their temperature is good as required. I think we are getting our diamond mode. Now we have established in runway 27 right. Yup. And we are now in almost the central line. And look at this, we are almost in the final stage, and that is what
Right,
makes
Dennis.
us
Please
happy
prepare for
about.
landing.
Yep, a runway in sight. Look at this, runway is glowing today. And getting ready for this upcoming landing. But we cannot see we can only see halfway of the runway, not the full runway. And from now onwards, with the required speed and everything is visible. There is no doubt on that. And we have flaps full, already set, and spoilers armed for the landing as well. The speed brake set, cabin is checked, landing lights on, takeoff and runway turn off lights on, cabin ready for the landing, cabin crew is seated for landing. Actually, we could have come up in daytime, then we can see it's much more attractive than in the night. You can see now we are slowly approaching. We have aligned the aircraft into final landing speed. It comes up in front. Traffic final in runway 27 right 1 mile. For some reason, even though I am in the final, I cannot hear anything. I don't know why. $4,400. You can see still there is a mountain as well. I think we have 10 mile over here. $4,200. Only problem, it looks like we are not pointing towards runway, but let's see. 1,000 check. If required, we'll turn off the autopilot and take the control. And the wind component, we have headwind. Autopilot off. I think we are a bit off from the runway. Might be a go around as well.
$50, $40, $30, $20, retard. 5.
I think we bounced a little bit, but our landing is pretty much smooth as needed, but a little bit bounced, but that is totally okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at our destination. Please remain seated until the seatbelt sign is switched on. Please be careful in opening the overhead compartments, as items inside may fall out. May we also remind you to kindly take all your belongings with you when leaving the
And I think we are exited a little bit early as well. That is a good sign. I think we have exited from our.
It has been entirely our pleasure to serve you, and we hope to see you again soon. Thank you for flying SriLankan Airlines.
නෝනවරණි මහත්වරුනි අපි දැන් ගමනාන්තය වෙත පැමිණ සිටිමු. කරුණාකර ආසන පරිසංඥාව ඉවත් වන තුරු ආසනවල රැඳී සිටින්න. ඔබගේ ආසනයට එයරින් නැති රාක්ක විවෘත කිරීමේදී ඒවායේ ඇති භාණ්ඩ පහතට වැටීමට ඉඩ ඇති හේයින් ඒ පිළිබඳව ප්‍රවේශම් වන්න. ඔබගේ සියලුම ගමන් මළු යානයෙන් පිටපිට යන විට රැකින යාමට මතක තබා ගන්න. ඔබට යම් සහ එක්ව ව්‍යාසර කිරීම පිළිබඳව අප ඉතා ප්‍රීතිමත් වන අතර නැවත ඔබ හමුවන්නටයි අපගේ ප්‍රාර්ථනයයි. ස්තුතියි.
Okay, now after welcome briefing, we have one of the closest gate for us. I think my landing is good. My FPM, I think. My gosh, aircraft. I think we have good indicators over here, but we might have reduced our scores due to maybe touchdown a little bit earlier. We might have to check on that again. And here I think we need to go over here, and then we are connecting with this. Yup. Over here I'm coming right up. I think landing lights still not turned off. Though we turned off, it looks like it is not. Let's turn on the taxi lights and let's get all the required services up and running over here. Now I need to turn on the ground power unit, not the door forward. I cannot bring the jet bridges still. I'm turning on the external power. Right up. That means we can wait a little bit. Let's look at the engines details right now, whether the engines has been cooled off. Right now this is good enough. That means turning engine number 2 off and engine number 1 off. And when it comes to our landing performance, I think the aircraft a little bit bounced, but when it comes to the landing, 102 FPM. That means it's almost one of the smoothest landing. Yeah, 102 FPM means it's a lot. And today I broke the bones of landing. That is my minimum speed, 102 FPM. I'm pretty much happy about it, but only thing is the aircraft nose has started to rise a little bit. That is the only problem we faced, and we are completing this flight right now. Okay, and we have completed the flight. Let's look at our scores today. You can also connect with Sri Lankan virtual. Shamika, you were there from the beginning. Please connect. And we have other people also. තාරක ගිහිල්ලා ඉවරද දැන්? Tiran? I think they are still muted. I think I also need to file 2 PIREPs now and also 46 points. But when it comes to points, I think I have eaten some of the points. Here not the full mark. Landing with fuel above the final reserve. Connected network Vatsimo IVAO 5. The starting points 50. The stabilized approach. Let me share you what I have with me. Okay, coming it right up. You can see our landing performance. So see, whenever we are going, we reduce the altitude with the turn, and then after that we have landed. So once that landing with fuel above the final reserve, it's +5 is there for that, and connected to 5 vacuum network is another 5 points. The starting points 50. I think that's because I brought up the aircraft into the taxi, and then I started. I think that is a good decision I took today. Then there won't be any score deduction. Stabilize approach 5 +5, landing +10, engine started in sequence +5. But this is for A320, but A350 the sequence is different. I think we may need to follow the same checklist. Now here UL171 from Colombo to Bangalore, and I think we have arrived on time. We don't have penalized for any taxi. That is very questionable. Let's see that taxi out +8 minutes. Block time less 10 minutes. It looks like this estimation is accepted over here, because anyway I took off from my time. It is not the time that actual flight gonna be, right? So I think based on that the flight configuration is good, but I think I lost some okay, see here Pegasus is there, and the updated OS version Windows 11 simulator, flight simulator 22, flyby 320 Neo, and then over here livery is SriLankan, and departed from A9 Alpha 9, and we have 7,885 fuel, and flap step to 1 + F, and then engine 2 is on, engine 1 is on. Then we taxi to the runway. Yep, taxi to the runway. Taxi overspeed entered 13 knots. I think this is the only taxi overspeed. I think 5 points are missed to that, but it is not mentioned over there. It is a violation only. It's a steep climb, descent, but then after that descent, approach, final approach, touchdown, and so on. Only thing is the aircraft bounced off a little bit, but here I think this is blue. I need to know what it seems blue. If we have a blue over here for flaps, flap position force 3, flap set position 2, 1 plus F, flap set position to 1, and flap set position to 0. Then after that I landed, and that's it. I had 102 passengers today, and my cruising altitude was flight level 380. I had about 6,336 of landing, and for the landing, it is a night landing anyways for this flight. Now once we landed, this is the touchdown point, and then once touchdown, we have entered into the gate. And when it comes to descent, if you look at the last thing we have discussed over here, like you saw that other aircraft, we talked about the descent here as well. We are going in a steep descent, but that is fully okay. But we had a problem. Even though we tried to descend, we didn't manage the speed. Because of that, we couldn't start the descent as planned, in the planned speed. So that is what happened, more or less. I think the next part is we need to return to our destination. So that filing part is happening right now in the back end. You can see that from here. I'm just booking a flight back to my destination from VOBL. I only have Sri Lanka. From VOBL I can go to Sri Lanka, and I'm taking the same flight, ALK172, and I'm making sure it is entered in my requirement A20 Neo and Alpha November Alpha as my aircraft. For some reason it shows as red. I think it might be my aircraft, but that's okay. Sim brief, I have fly-by-wire. Let's update the airframes. And VCBI is the network we are on. And we can designate co-pilot. I think only Taraki is there that we can take as co-pilot. I think that is also something we can try. Taraka innadde. So now this information is all good, and we can schedule this flight. And before our next flight, I think we have done all the engine off. And over here, I think we need to get the jet bridge, and it should be come up in a minute. You can see it up over here. I'll keep the strobe lights and every lights on, because then we can see what is going on. Our scheduled flight will appear over here in a while. And whenever we are ready, we can start the flight.
The doors verified?
Yep, landing is happening. At the same time, let's schedule this with VCBI. And we are coming back to Sri Lanka. Yep. Now we have this ALK172 with VOBL to VCBI. We are going with this flight. Righto. Now this configuration is done. That means for the departure we need to verify and insert new configuration. First of all, let's deboard the existing payload. The fuel what we need is a little bit different. Right now it shows as 7,900. Let's look at the block fuel. We have around the full fuel should be that is also 5,625. For the safety reasons, I'm taking 7,900. I instantly reload it. I don't want to take much time, and I reload the flight plan, and I onboard all the people. I don't want to take much time over here. Turning on the APU. Let's configure the aircraft. Configuration is correct. We need to take the new flight up. Let's wait until little time. until this configuration is up and running, and we need to configure the performance and the fuel.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck, on behalf of myself, your captain, the first officer, and cabin crew, I'd like to take this time to welcome you aboard our flight. We're just wrapping up some paperwork up front here and waiting to receive final numbers from the ground crew, then we'll be on our way. Flight attendants will be coming through the cabin shortly with a very
Okay,
important
when it
safety
comes to the
briefing.
performance, we have
do ask that you give them your full,
56,000
undivided
plus
attention as they review the
7,000,
safety operations of this Airbus aircraft. We do
63,200
appreciate your business having you aboard this
as
flight.
my
If there's
weight.
anything we do to make your flight any more enjoyable,
Oh,
please
else you
ask.
can take the
Welcome
same
aboard.
weight, or I can take a little bit additional weight over here, 63,200, but that is not a rule of thumb, just to make sure you know everything is correct. But in Sri Lanka, our wind is 8 knots and 230 is direction is changed. 230. Okay, that is not a problem. Still, configuration is all good. 150, 150, 151. The same departure, you know, the data is there. 150, 150, and then 151. And we are all good over here. And my flap settings are 1. And flex to temp is 75. Still the same config. Nothing much to change. I think everything is picking up right now. I don't know what is the weather could be at my arrival. And our fuel, for sure we have on boarded.
Boarding completed.
Check boarding is completed, fuel is set. Everything good there. And we can turn on the APO bleed. And let's configure, let's check our departure. In the flight plan from VOBL, we have to take runway 22.
Ladies and gentlemen,
My
from the
gosh,
flight
I'm
deck,
in,
on behalf of myself, your captain, the first officer, and cabin
this is
crew,
my
I'd like to take
older
this time
flight.
to welcome you aboard our flight.
I might
We're
have
just
to
wrapping
change
up some
certain
paperwork up front
configuration,
here and waiting
then
to
the
receive final
wind is
numbers from the
9
ground
knots.
crew, then we'll be on our way. Flight
And
attendants will be coming through the
I did a
cabin shortly
mistake
with a
over
very
here.
important safety briefing. We do ask that you
9
give them
knots
your full,
means
undivided attention as they
that
review
is
the safety
still the same
operations of this Airbus
configuration.
aircraft. We do appreciate
Not
your business having you
VCBI,
aboard this flight.
apologies.
If there's anything we do to
I
make your
think
flight any more
we
enjoyable,
have
please don't
done
hesitate to
something
ask.
wrong
Welcome aboard.
over here. VOBL, and when it comes to us, that is runway 27 right we have, I think. We can verify that with the benches. I think you should not be able to see this. Let me turn it off. Verify that with the VAMSIS. That is the second thing we need to do. We again in the VAMSIS, and then this VOBL to CMB. And when it comes to that, our runway is going to be somewhere 27 right. The same runway we landed more or less. That means that is correct. And number of knots. The winds were there actually, but I prefer we at 8 knots. That is the same more or less. I mean, whatever the configuration we took, it doesn't matter. 1014. And here our temperature is going to be 28 Celsius. 28. That is as same as Sri Lankan weight, and we had about 63,200 as our weight. Altogether configurations are good. 144, 144, 145. With the performance, that means 144, 144, 145 is our performance. And configuration over here is all good. From departure, we have runway 27 right. And when it comes to the departure, we are taking Arcade 7 Bravo, the same size the departure as well. I think that is why you said, okay, I'm setting it over here. Kit 7 Bravo, no transition available, and I'll insert this up. Everything all good over here. Here we have top of descender EDB, and from EDB we have EDB 1 Alpha as our arrival. And our runway is 22. Yep. Runway 22 Zulu. EBIT 1 Alpha is there. I'm just setting that out. Now I have the full route over here. That means I can fly to head right now. I have all the flight plan configured and my performance all good. Everything checked. Flight plan is checked. Yep, that's it. And we can turn off the beacon and all other lights checked. Passenger seats on. Let's notify the cabin. Let's turn on the taxi lights, otherwise we cannot see anything over here. Otherwise let's keep it closed. Instead of that, let's call our passengers loaded. That means we can turn off the services, for example ground power unit. Let's check at the, okay, APU is turned on, ground power unit is disconnecting, jet bridge is fine, and turning on APU bleed. That means I'm turning the engine knob also, but not just right now. I just start the flight. Okay, right now we almost ready for the departure, and I'm just trying to show you the surrounding, but for some reason I cannot virtually show you anything today. I don't know why. But that's okay. At least we have the cockpit today. So let's go ahead with the cockpit right now. Okay, everyone is connected and turning on the beacon. And starting
Flight
checklist.
attendants, arm doors, and cross-check.
We're going to check seat belts on. ADAR is set to nav. Barrow reference 1014 checked. Before start, parking brake. As required, takeoff speed and thrust idle. Windows closed, beacon on. After start. NTIs as required, ECAM status no blue. Pitch trim. Okay, this is after start. We don't have to do anything, but because of that, we'll collect it for the moment. And then we are good to go with our taxi. You can see here there is a taxiway, and then the runway comes. But here I think I need to change the call sign to ALK172. This is my new call sign. Let's cross check that. Yes, that is ALK172. Yes, now we are passing the safe area. I think we might need to backtrack on the runway. We'll have a look into that. Perfect. Parking brake on. Starting engine number 2. You can see the pushcart is going to the backside just to clear up the area. And I'm going via Bravo 2 to Alpha and towards 27 right. That is how I have assigned to. Engine 1 is started, and engine number 2 is started, and then engine number 1. Checklist. After start, anti has not required. Decom status, no blue for the moment. Pitch trim, takeoff, rudder trim neutral. Checklist completed. Taxi. Flight controls. Flap settings, 1 plus A. Spoilers armed. Prepared windshield on. Engine mode select. Still engine is starting up. We'll have to wait a little bit.
Flight attendants, please prepare for takeoff.
And this is our return flight, so we are preparing, in a good faith for that, to come to Sri Lanka. So afterwards, let us know where would you like for us to go, and we are going to the place that so the star looks like same. It is EDB 1 alpha is the star. Apologies, like I was mostly focusing on this flight itself. That means I had a little bit of challenge over there. But now all is good. All is good. Now we can depart. But before that, again crossing through the cross check on the checklist. Okay, we have a positive engine startup. That means we can make sure APU turned off, APU blade turned off. This is idle. Parking brake set and checked. Takeoff config braking to medium and check again takeoff config. I think it should be max. Then everything is good. Takeoff config normal. Yup, we can taxi. The checklist is checked. All good. Let's communicate to the ATC, but for some reason, anyone in Bangalore, radio check? Now that shouldn't be the case. I mean, that is not my case, but the people in VetSim looks like are not communicating. Let's look at the frequency that they are following. 75. So I have one Cathay Pacific flight is there. 2492 and likewise. And on that particular aircraft, I'm checking where the ATC is configured. I cannot find it out. For some reason their frequency is not showing, but they have at least ATC. But anyway, let's depart. Now we are just in the white screen, and now we are going through the Bravo 2. Traffic from Kempegowda traffic from Bravo 2 to Alpha and then to runway 27 right. Okay, now SriLankan 172 is taxiing to our airport. We are checking left and right. Check left, check right. I think from here we can just turn into the right. I hope you can see the screen better. There is no obstructions in between. You can see some traffic is there. They are trying to depart from the Kempegowda International Airport. You can also track my aircraft from the call sign of UL171. I don't know that is my problem or it is your problem or whoever problem is. I cannot communicate in VetSim. I don't think I have exceeded 30 knots, but we have to be cautious. And we are going to our home. Isn't it interesting, guys? Thank you, Shamika. and we are turning to the runway. Departing traffic from runway 27 right, report any inbound traffic. Fairly low response today from Kempegowda ATC, I mean the people. Lining up with the final. We are just lining up with the runway. Over here we can see we are in the 27 right, and now we are going through the piano keys. And this is the turn that I would like to take most of the time. Takeoff config check. Config normal. 50%. Takeoff thrust. V1, rotate. V2, positive climb. Gear up. And we are climbing up to 38,000 now. Tarak innava neda? Tiran? I think everyone left right now. Tiran? ඉන්නවනේ. මොකද වෙන්නේ? අම්මනේ. දැන් කොහෙද යන්නේ?
දැන් ඩිසෙන්ඩ් එක ස්ටාර්ට් කරන්න.
ඒ කියන්නේ තාම ඔයා මේ ඩිපාර්ට් කරානේ කොහෙද දුරදියා ගියා නේද? අද. කොහෙද සිංගප්පූර්ද? ඒකද?
ජකාර්තා. ඔව්.
ජකාර්තානේ. WIII එකටනේ.
තාරක නන්නේ.
තාරක ගිහිල්ලා මම කතා කරා මේ කතා කරද්දි කවුරුත් හිටියේ නැහැ. මම ඊට පස්සේ ලෑන්ඩින් එක කරා. අද මගේ 102 fpm එක.
ඒකට ලකුණු කපුන්නේ නැහැ. එච්චර ඒක ස්මූත් වගේ.
පට්ට ස්මූත්. ඒ කියන්නේ මේ දැන් කොහොමත් මම try කරන්නේ මේ දවස් ටිකේම පුළුවන් තරම් ස්මූත් ලෑන්ඩ් කරන්න. එතකොට අපිට කන්ට්‍රෝල් කරන්න පුළුවන් ඒකේ හින්දා. වැඩේ තියෙන්නේ ලකුණු 85යි. මගේ ටැක්ස්ලු මේ ටැක්සි ස්පීඩ් එක පොඩ්ඩක් වැඩි වුණා. 30 වුණා එකපාරක් වයලේට් වුණා මට හිතන්නේ ඒක වෙන්න ඇති 85යි අප්පෝනේ. ෆුවල් චුට්ටක් වැඩිපුර ගෙනිච්ච කිලෝ 2000ක් විතර. දැනත් ඒ ගානම ගෙනියනවා. මං හිතන්නේ අද මට තව ෆ්ලයිට් එකක් කම්ප්ලීට් කරොත් මම JFO. ඒකයි මම බැලේ අද කරලා දානවාද කියලා ඔක්කොම ටික. නැත්තම් ඔක ඉස්සරහට යන්නේ නැහනේ. Yes, sail ke 172. Yes, that is correct. And now we are in the cruising stage. What we are looking at right now is, I think we have a clear discontinuity. No, it is not a discontinuity. We can be there and we can make sure our altitude is picking up to 38,000. Still the climbing is happening. Let's take it up to flex or the thrust, but I prefer keep it in the flex. Let's try to bring it down to flex, man flex. And now we are climbing up. And let's verify our highest altitude that we can go. We can go to T370. That means our highest altitude for this flight is 370. And Chavika, have you flight the MSFS 2020 or upper? If you have any version like that. Thank you, Jamika. I saw you are balanced just right now only. Let's try to make it smoother as well. You can see this is the same thing I have seen in other airports as well. Look at this. I don't know what is this airport is. Whenever I'm landing in Bangalore, it is a real thing. I have seen that is the same Bangalore airport that you are seeing in the left. I think now you cannot see it here, just right over there. You can see Bangalore airport. We just circled around the airport and now we are passing the airport. You look at this. I think you can see on your left hand side you have our VOBL runway 27 right. That is what was visible for us. I think this is the last moment we should be able to see that if it is possible, but no more. I can't see it over there. Like a small child, I'm deliberately looking for that specific runway that we have landed short while ago, but it is a little bit away from us, unfortunately. And I think we can remove this and make sure our speed is up to the speed that we can immediately come up in the Sri Lanka Colombo International Airport or Bandaranaike International Airport to be precise. Now we are making sure the speed and everything required for us to reach Colombo fast within 1 hour is set to be a real one. Maybe the next flight I'm going to do to Chennai today itself, and the next flight is making myself a junior first officer if I did it great. So I request every one of you who are connecting and disconnected from this flight to stay up for that great achievement with myself, and that is great pleasure for me as well. If you have been here in this chat and communicated, I understand many of you are watching these communications. No, you can get trolleys. I had that one. I'll check. I think Taraka has trolleys aircraft. I can get it for you, Shanaka. Are you willing to fly with us? Have you flown in VCBI earlier? Let us know in the comment. Today you are the only one available in this chat. Only thing, in fact, I didn't stream this in the smaller screen. Maybe I can, since the flight is already started. I'll do a random flight right now. Then people should be able to watch to that stream as well. And then I think even the new people should come in. Only problem is most of the people coming from we can also have a look into the traffic from the smaller window. I'll make it right in a moment. Then after that you should be able to see the traffic coming to Colombo as well. If there is any traffic come up to Colombo, will be visible after this. Trust me, it is going to be the best experience you can ever have.
Dulip.
Taraka?
Ninda
ඒක තමයි නේ මං කතා කරා ඉස්සෙල්ලා. කොහෙද දැන් ලෑන්ඩ් කරාද?
එකත් ඕෆ් වෙලා මම හොදලා
ලෑන්ඩ් කරාද නෑ?
නෑ මම හොදලා ඇරිලා බැලුවා තා තියෙනවා නෝ ටික තමයි ඉස්සන්නේ.
මම ෂෝට් කට් එකක් දැම්ම මේ ඩිරෙක්ට් කරලා.
ජකාර්තා පැය 3ක් යන්න ඕනි මං
වට ළඟ ඇති ගොඩ.
දුර ෆ්ලයිට් යනවා අද මට මිග්‍රේන්.
මොකද?
අද මට මිග්‍රේන්. නිදිමරලම තමයි මේ දවස් එකේ නිදිමරලා රෙස් කරා ටිකක්. ඒ වුණාට පට්ටේට මිග්‍රේන් අද.
ඔය ඩිරෙක්ට් කරා නම් හරියට නක්කක් කේස්.
ඉන්නවා.
තාර කියන්නේ ඉන්දුනීසියා නෙවෙයි නේද?
එහෙම තමයි.
Same destination. I think now everyone who is coming on the small link also can see the unique experience of this particular journey, and I think it is coming up for you, or maybe it is no more there even though it is streamed up. There is no real flight going on. And our arrival will be Colombo International Airport.
direct W මේක මාරයි. මට වැත් වෙලාම මේ දැම්බෙල
So let's watch for any traffic that is coming to Colombo. So it will be appear over here. I think I will make sure that is available in both screen. I think in a while you should be able to see my overlay. Not that for sure. This is called as traffic. Traffic. All the inbound traffic you should be able to see from here. But still things are getting burned up. In a while you should be able to see all the aircrafts to VCBI. And decimal rules.
weather report එනවිල දෙන ලොකෝ වුලක් නෑ.
මේ පිලිපීන්ස් වලට ෆ්ලයිට් එකක් යන්නද අර කදරයට? අද තියෙනවා මේ පිලිපීන්ස් වලට යන්න ෆ්ලයිට් එකක් අද මේකක් තියෙනවා ඒක. මේ මොකද්ද අද මේ වෙදර් ඉන්සිඩන්ට් එකක් තියෙනවා.
තේරුණා නෑ.
අද වෙදර් ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා ටයිෆූන් එකක් තියෙනවා අද පිලිපීන්ස් වලට. යන්න කැමති නැද්ද?
යන්නේ රෑ වෙලා අද හවස.
ඔව් එයා දන්නවනේ ඒක.
නෑ
මොකක් ටයිෆූන් එක තියෙන කතාව නම් ආරංචි.
No traffic is available right now in Katunayake. We are just checking it out. We don't see any traffic over here in Katunayake. Even there is no aircraft right now in our country in VCBI. I invite all of you who are watching this stream. Please come and join to fly in Sri Lanka and show the beauty in Sri Lanka to everyone across the world. Please come up over here to this stream and fly with us in this group flight as well. The destination Katunayake, we don't have any no arrivals, no departure, nothing is there, but we are having a good flight over here. Right now we are coming to cruising altitude as well. මේ තාරක මෙන්න මේ තරුව ඔයා දැකලා තියෙනවද කියලා? මගේ ස්ක්‍රීන් එකේ පේනවද කාටද මේ ටිරාන් තාරක
ඉන්න බල
මේ බල මේ තරු පන්ති දැකලා තියෙනවද?
ප්ලේට්ස් නේ
දැකලා තියෙනව නේද? මම ඔගේ නම නම් දන්නේ that is already there in Microsoft Flight Simulator.
මොකද්ද? තාරකා රටා.
නෑ නෑ මේක අපි අර commonly දකින්න එක.
තරු කියලාද?
ඕක 7 දින්න 2 2 3 4 5 6 7. හරිනේ මෙතන 8කුත් තියෙනවා නේද? චූටි එක. මේකද එතකොට 7 දින්නක් කියන්නේ කෙලින්ම question mark එකක් නේ.
බැංගලෝර දැන් ආයි කොහෙද යන්නේ?
බැංගලෝර වලින් ඉඳලා කොළඹට. මට දැන් අර ෆ්ලයින් අවර්ස් හරිනේ මගේ. මට දැන් තියෙන්නේ මේ පයිරප් 3ක් දාගන්න ඕන. එච්චරයි. මම දුර ගිහිල්ලා අවර්ස් ගන්න කම්ප්ලීට් කරා පයිරප් ම තියෙනකොට මේ ෂෝට් ෆ්ලයිට් තමයි ෆ්ලයි කරන්න ඕනේ. නැත්නම් ඉතින් පයිරප් ගොඩක් දාගෙන පැය ගානක් ඉඳලා වැඩක් නැහැ. So we just can
ලෑන්ඩ්
see
කරන එක බලබලා හිටියා අන්තිමාරේ ඊට පස්සේ වුණේ
මගේද?
මේක
මගේකද?
ඔව්.
අද පට්ට ස්මූත් ඈ තාරක 102යි fps. පොඩ්ඩක් බවුන්ස් වුණා හැබැයි. බවුන්ස් වෙලත් ඒක මේ 102කට වඩා අඩු එකක් ආවා.
102යි ආවලු.
ඊට වඩා අඩු කරගන්න තමයි try කරන්නේ බලමු. ලංකාවේ කී කොහොමද ඉදන්නේ? එකම දේ මේ ටැක්සි වලට ලකුණු 5ක් කැපෙනවද?
high speed taxi එක.
Now we are going to Sri Lanka. We are almost 240 miles away, and the departure is coming ahead in next 30 minutes. And if you are watching, please subscribe to our channel and connect with our channel for further flights. Right now we have 2 screens. One is our small screen and the large screen. In the large screen we communicate, and we have the, if you want to look at the flight in clear large screen, then come to this large screen, otherwise stay in the small screen. Through small screen you can enjoy the same way as you do in the large screen, but still large screen is much more enjoyable. We can share the details and work with you out. But when it comes to the small window, that is a place you can have a look into your flight, and you can come and go, and you can comfortably look at the flight. We are going to Colombo. Right now we are in the middle of the way to Colombo, and we are trying to come up with a good landing. We came to Bangalore, and the landing was awesome. Actually, we were able to manage the landing at 102 fpm. Right now we are trying to get a butter landing again in Colombo. In this aircraft, butter landings are not an issue. This is a small aircraft, A320neo aircraft, but when it comes to this kind of short haul destinations, this aircraft is one of the amazing aircraft. In the sky you can see the same patterns you see in the real world. You can see some star patterns as you see in the real world, and you can enjoy that breathtaking views even though it is a night tonight. And today is for us Friday night. Maybe you are in Bangalore, maybe you are in Sri Lanka, or in the Indian region. This is a place for you to have a look into this flight. Definitely this is going to be a great flight if you want to explore out this breathtaking views. Definitely this is going to be one of the greatest place for you to come and explore if you are a tourist, or even if you are a virtual flight simulator guy. So that is not an exception. You can fly in that. If you don't want to explore in the dark, I just would like for you to change your time and show up the afternoon time as well. But still we are traveling up in the night. This is all night we are traveling on. We can see the ground still, and everything is visible. Very clear sky and everything. We are coming up for the landing, but this is for us. at night, even though we have done it right now just for you to view it in the daytime. Let me know in the comment. I think I had a long-term viewer Shamika tell me, is it daytime best for you or nighttime best for you? Anything up to you. I can make sure you are going to use the same breathtaking view. I just explaining all the people that there was an unfortunate incident happened related to K7 aircraft Boeing 737 freight. I had some important evidence to show. If you can come up in the large screen, I can show up some evidence that flight has gone through really narrow spiral game. Unfortunately, because of this, flight has been crashed down. And the same story I have seen, and this is a very ill-fated. I don't know whether the aircraft is ill-fated or whatsoever. We don't know whether who to blamed in this particular incident, but this is definitely going to be a real painful situation, right? If you think like that, just have a look into this video. I have been referring right a short while ago. Okay, I have this the screen with me right now. I'll try to make it available for both of viewers. Let me try it up. Over here I had a window that I used for the same. Okay, I think this is something you need to look at, guys. Now, I think in the major screen you can see this screen. We have discussed that within within our members during last flight as well. But again, in this flight also, having a look into this is very important, because this is what happened to this flight. This is a very unfortunate situation. We have to be sensitive in this kind of situation, because no one is expected to this kind of massive disaster in middle of a flight, but in middle of the ocean and in middle of somewhere in the Arabian Sea, we have seen the most devastating accident happened in this region, mostly in the Southeast Asia, closer to India and Pakistan. Yes, in the ground, lots of incidents happen, guys, but you have to look into this. This website, flisto.net, has, captured this incident, but you have to look into this incident. Then I will show you something very interesting during this crash as well. Still, we have some way to go to the landing also, and obviously this is something very problematic and very unfortunate situation when it comes to the when it comes to the pilots who were in this flight. Definitely something we have to be sensitive and sympathetic enough for this kind of incidents, because they might have struggled hard in this. Hi Aviation 46, thank you very much for being here. And again, coming up on this flight, we have a very short flight, but in the flight we have to share something with you. This is a very very large flight, Boeing 747-400 flight. This is taken off from OMSJ, and in their final moments they have been in flight level 350, and 446 as their ground speed, and they were descending in 120. It looks like they have started their descent. Maybe they are top of descent, but you need to look into this. Look at this. Now the aircraft is slowly coming down, and the aircraft is slowly coming down. I can show you up the altitude. I can tell you the altitude right now. For the small screen viewers, definitely the altitude, we have to think about several things. First of all, the altitude, the flight level 350, but it is descending, right? Look at this. Now altitude is 34,000. It is going slowly. There is no harsh thing that you can see over here, and then it is coming over here. I think we can click and go to somewhere over here. And now look at the aircraft has turned the other way around and it is taking a spiral ride. And now this is the exact moment it is turning out to be something, but he is trying to recover the aircraft by climbing again. Right now he is in flight level 300 and 310, and again he is trying to climb, and that is the exact moment they are hitting the coffin corner of that particular speed, where you can clearly see the speed is dropping 263, 262, and then 261, and they are reducing still 252. Look at this. They have entered into somehow kind of stall, and then after that their speed, ground to speed, reduced drastically. With this kind of situation, actually flight is very unstable. Now it is slamming into the ocean. So this is a very sympathetic incident. The stalling and this circular motion is something very challenging for a pilot to control. And I'll have your eye into this as well. In your small screen, just look into this. I think over here you can see some more information how the pilot seen his aviation and navigation controls. I think they have reported some sort of navigation issue to the ATC as well. Look at this. Now you can have a look into this flight. Just this flight is going through this spiral moment, and now something is happening. Very unfortunate for a pilot to be in this situation. I know for some reason you cannot see my stream, or maybe yeah, you can see my stream. Look at this. Now you can see over here the captain is trying to take the control of the aircraft, but it is not. It might be captain or co-pilot. They are trying hard to get the control of the aircraft, but ultimately it stalled and got crashed. That is the information available right now, but there will be new information coming up in the coming days. We don't know anything still. Whoever the people who have captured this particular incident gets the original credit of this information. And we are right now traveling in the night moment, and definitely we can switch this up to the same night moment again when we are again back in the destination. At the same time, we are checking many information from you. Actually, whenever this kind of incident happen, definitely it is going to be something very challenging. Oh, yeah. When it comes to VCBI, yes, it is sometimes people. It is very difficult to understand when they are speaking, because they are speaking very fast, and like us from Sri Lanka or maybe from this region is finding very difficult to understand when the ATC in English, but there is nothing to do. It is the universal language, and people speak in English. We have to adopt with this particular change in aviation, and we need to adopt with whatever the language we want to speak in every way possible. That is the most priority when it comes to aviation, because we have to travel everywhere. Even though we are not the real world pilots, but still we have the same challenges, right? I hope you also think the same. Yes, challenges are enormous. We have to work with different types of challenges. We might say this challenge and that challenge. That is not the only challenge we might be able to face, but there are some much more, identical challenges when as pilots we can experience. And indeed, if you not like to this date, if you don't like this daytime view, I can definitely turn the scenery to night. This is just a viewing scenery. I think another aircraft is coming in, or maybe it was spawned in. It is called as SriLankan 1213. I think that is also SriLankan Virtual Airlines. It might be, it might not be. If you are in the short window, you can see that another aircraft is available in our destination airport, to take off. And this is something I think important, because now another aircraft is spawned into the runway, and at the same time we are flying this flight, and I can share you most of the information. And let's discuss something. What do you think about this incident? Not incident, actually, this unfortunate accident. When it comes to this aircraft, this is ill-fated flight Boeing 747-400 aircraft. Actually, there is kind of center line deviation was there about 4 degrees or below in 500, but that is normally is ideal, and it is not a problem at all. There are aircraft and the navigation related issues they have come up with. We cannot assumption anything, that we cannot come into the assumption what has happened to that aircraft that is started from Sharjah airport, and ultimately they had to stop in somewhere. Unfortunately, they have to go through this unfortunate situation. Tell us, what do you think about it? And I'm thinking few reasons why this could have happened. One thing is the failure of their stabilizer. For example, it could be the stabilizers, because when stabilizers are down, the aircraft nose can go down. At the same time, when pilot tries to do all the corrections, the planes start to go into losing their thrust in the aircraft, and they are losing that thrust, means they are losing the altitude. That at the same time, the aircraft itself is becoming kind of unflyable machine, and that is exactly where this particular problem happened, in my opinion. Tell me, what do you think? But there are several concerns. I mean, as a pilot, you are thinking of. I have a video I have done. I'm flying this fly-by-wire. I learned through this, but I also want to tell you something. In fly-by-wire A320, I had to face some challenging situation one day. I start my flight from Bergen, expecting arrive in, as I remember, in London Heathrow. Oh, maybe LFPG or Charles de Gaulle Airport. But at the moment, I had to face an unusual incident, that is called protection is lost in my aircraft. Now my aircraft is shuttering here and there. I can't do anything virtually because there is nothing I can do. Indeed. Now we have exactly come to our descent as well. Let me know in the comments if you would like to see this daytime view or the nighttime view. I prefer this daytime view because this daytime view gives you much control over the flight. That is the whole reason. But you can see another aircraft also departing. Maybe the aircraft that we can see here in Sri Lanka right now in the ground, but there is a rival aircraft as well in Sri Lanka. Is on final. It will appear in the arrival. It is United Arab Emirates 416 aircraft. I think it is coming to Sri Lanka. No, it is going to Sydney. It is a long haul aircraft. It is not coming. But we have another aircraft coming to Sri Lanka, BMB 659. Let's see whether it is coming to. It is coming to Sri Lanka. You should be able to see that in the arrival in any minute. In your small window, you can see if you have any traffic coming to the destination. You can see it in the screen as well. That means you can see all the flights in the airport. That means whenever they have come into the final approach phase, the arrival planes also coming into that list. This is one of the new feature introduced by me just to reduce your boredom in long haul flights. So if you have any idea to further increase this option, just let me know, because that is how we can improve this experience for your understanding, and in order for you to get that grasp in the view. Because when you are not bored only, okay, you prefer the daytime, that means I keep the daytime. That is obviously in the large screen. People say the daytime is the best time, and the small screen. Do you have any challenges? Let me know in the small screen. And this flight is coming up for its landing, and I'm trying to do a steep landing. Let's try to plan for that. Right now you can see we are leaving from the, from the soil of India and coming to Sri Lanka. This isolated island with breathtaking views. We are coming to that particular location. You can see all the islands are visible right now. Let's see what kind of view we are getting. We are right now passing Rameshwaram. On your right hand side, you can see the Rameshwaram. If you have not seen, this is the Rameshwaram. You can see it over here, but it is not clear as it should be. You can see this, edge over here, the land edge right over here. It is also a part of Rameshwaram. It is almost below myself. That means in a moment I'm arriving in Sri Lanka. That means we are landing in a moment. That means you can see how a pilot lands an aircraft. But it's not a small ordinary landing. It's a very specific landing. We are going to make it better. That means the landing itself is going to be much smoother landing. It is not going to be another one more landing. That is what I want this landing to be. This landing to be better, and I'm making my environment be ready for that. You can see the Sri Lankan soil also appearing. You can see this. This is isolated, very nice island coming into the visibility. Right now over here, you look at on this. There's the beauty of Sri Lankan island. We have very versatility in the island as well. Even though it is an island for me, it's a world, and obviously it's for every Sri Lankan as well. Because everywhere in Sri Lanka where we see, it's a diversity, not like in India. India has a different vibe, but Sri Lanka itself has a different vibe. You just have to come up and have a look into this particular location. You can see many scenic views, whether you are on the ground or on the, or whether you are on the ground or in the clouds, you can still experience the same breathtaking views. Just for our viewing purposes, let's make it an evening, because anyway, right now the real time is almost night, but my viewers prefer somewhere around the time should be kind of daytime, so that's why I'm making it a daytime look. That means it is less boring for you to look into that flight. Now you can see this way. You cannot see the ground. I'll reduce a little bit, then you can also see the ground. I think this is what is the best view in Sri Lanka. I think this golden color. Yep, you can see the country over here, but this is not the morning for Sri Lanka, but I just customizedly changed that for us to see that very nice view. And we can look at our approach checklist. We need to check our barrow references right now. Very quickly, we also need to look at the aircraft configuration. That is what we make a precise landing, and our QNH is 1010. I couldn't make this to standard, but right now I am making it because I haven't started my descent. But definitely I am good to start my descent as well. But I will wait for a moment. to start my descent to the airport. Righto, and also like we are in the 160 curve, we are about 160 nautical miles away. You can see the land area over here. Likewise, here as well. It is not a morning, but we are coming in kind of clear sky, and we can also make sure our landing performance are set as required. Indeed, we have a too steep path that is purposeful. We're trying to come up really fast in this landing. Let's see how it goes. If anything happened, let's see what to do. But the duration and the requirement we have is anyway. We have also reached the top of descent. That is also fine. QNH is 1010. Now the QNH also has been changed. 1010. The temperature is 28 Celsius. Oh my gosh, 28 Celsius on 230. That means that is the degree that wind is following 230 and 9 knots. And we are entering it over here. And we just make sure our temperature is going to be 28 Celsius. That is also I'm making over here. That means you can also see the same distance, and I will make sure my minimums are at 340, and I will keep it at in the approach phase for now. And let's wait for a moment. Let's look at when the top of descent we have to be taken in. Let's sync it up. We should have 116, then we will take it. We now in the top of descent. Let's reduce the altitude a little bit and make the aircraft aligned with whatever the altitude changes we are getting in. And once we are all good with the descent, I will make the throttle idle. That means we are in the descent mode. And what I'm doing is, right now I'm trying to make around 1,700 feet per minute. And I need to move or throttle a little bit forward. Apart from that, my descent is started.
Welcome to flight deck, ladies and gentlemen. As we have noticed, we have begun our initial descent down to our destination. Now would be a good time to wrap up.
And indeed, we have a very steep path.
If you are up,
but that's totally
seat, we
okay.
ask that you remain seated until your aircraft arrives safely at the gate. Flight attendants, please prepare the cabin for
When you
arrival.
are a pilot, you should be looking at every possibility into a flight. You need to analyze the situation and understand the real problem. But the people will, with hands on, look into everything around it. Definitely, that is how any pilot will be competent enough. And if you look at this lineup right now, we are waiting for our arrival in Bandaranaike International Airport. And if you remember, last few days we were looking at, tracking up our flights and getting into the right moment. And this trip will be ending from Colombo, and that means we have to make sure we are in the right descent altitudes right now. And now it will be anyway descending, but I'm also descending with a careful planning, and just to make sure my planning is already preserving whatever the altitude we have during the final approach. That is also one of the reasons I'm doing it like this. I don't want to rush. It has to be a very reliable descent. Most of the time, if ATC is there, then definitely they might pressure us to do so. But that is not my way, actually. I just need to make sure everything is smooth up to the last leg if there is no ATC. But if the ATC is there, the final objective for me is to obey them and aviate, navigate, communicate. That is the 3 phases aviation teaches us to do. And it is very hard work for me to come up with this configuration of altitude and the heading notes. Right now I quickly reduce, but still I have enough distance. At the same time, I'll reduce the speed as well. Yep. We are now reducing the altitude. And let's look at the flight plan. Just cross-checking everything, if everything is aligned, and we don't see last-minute surprises. Here we have 2 steep paths, but we make sure we are not seeing that kind of steep paths. But that is also totally okay. That is also a challenge. Even in the Bangalore, I made it steep, and I landed with that steepness itself, because it doesn't matter how the steep is it, but what matters most is how smooth our landing goes in. Until the last moment we are waiting just like that. But you look at this now, if you look at this curve over here, we still don't have time to land and settle. Look at this, the landing is coming over here. That means we need to increase our vertical profile a little bit to make sure we are landing early as required. This landing profile is a little bit over for us. Let's make it somewhere around this and see where the descent profile comes in. From there we only have one leg to settle down. We are not going towards to the mountainous area. Okay, you can see BMB 659 aircraft is now at the arrival phase, and now it is visible in your screen at your eyes. Just have a look into that. It is very interesting, right? Now it is in the final arrival phase. That means it is about to land in next moment. That is why I am telling you, it is always important. Whenever there is a flight, that flight has been descended in the correct way, and when you have the information required, then you can have look not just the video but around the airport information as well. Otherwise you should have to stay a little longer. But right now I want to make sure my descent profile, right now we are at flight level 210. That means we still have to increase a little bit. 28. Let's descend from 3000 feet. Then let's see, okay, where it is coming over here. Then let's bringing it to 2900, 2800. Okay, let's keep it 2900 and let's bringing this destination to 2500 directly. So what I'm going to do is, this is a kind of managed descent. That means we are expecting our altitude to be at a specific position. It is only 40 nautical miles away. This is more or less the last moment we can increase our vertical descent to 3000. Now we can see we are over here. That means we will reduce the descent profile a little bit. We just adjust and see where it fits the most. Then we don't have to go in lower altitude for a long time. We just descend in the right path, and we just have to be on the right path. Okay, I have brought it up to a little bit longer now. When it comes to speed, we need to reduce the speed definitely. Now let's apply some braking. Let's prepare for cabin for landing as well. Oops. Anyway, everything is good enough. Let's increase the descent profile a little bit. I think we can see the runway. I think for some reason airport is not that visible. I think there is some issue. There is a patch over there. Now it is loading. It looks like some internet issue or something. My speed is managed. Okay, cabin check. Spoilers armed. Cabin crew be seated for landing. Traffic on 1 mile final to runway 22. Okay, the other aircraft also landed. And then let's look at my plane. I'm a bit too high over here.
Flight attendants.
Number V569, runway 22, we're heading.
This is too high landing. Let's see whether it is going fine or how. This kind of test requirement that I'm right now handling. But the only problem for me is my altitude is the only problem that I am seeing right now. But it looks like the plane is managing most of it. Manual control. Let's try to land. Check. This was too high this time. If in case we couldn't land, let's go around. I think we should be able to manage.
Pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up.
400. Minimum.
Continue. It looks like now the manual landing is pretty much okay. We can, looks like we can land. But let's see how the final goes in.
$50, $40, $30, $20. $20, $10, $5, $10, $5, $5.
This is not a good landing anyways. Colombo traffic vacating on runway 22. I'm not racing, but it looks like my throttle has a problem. Okay, that means we have arrived in Bandaranaike International Airport. Even we didn't hear the recording. That means the landing is not that good today. But that's okay because I landed without any stabilization. So from that sense, actually, I did a good landing. Okay, now wish me luck. I'm going to take off this flight, and this is my final flight. Actually, I am getting my junior first pilot license today. So I need your support. I need to be on the channel, and I'm going to do the landing. I thought this is also going to be a good landing, but again it was pretty unstable from the beginning. From that sense, yes, this is not a good landing, but still I think my feet per minute rates have not gone up to further levels. That means from that sense I have done a good deal over here. I'll park on this B14 gate. Oops, it is shifting a little bit. Okay, all good. We need to check our wheels. Wheels are a little bit heated. I will let the brake fan. Look at this. And also parking brake okay. Landing lights I need to turn off. I think pretty much good over here. And let me pick it up over here. Let's look at the engine. And also look at how the scores received. So we were at 409 FPM. That is a little bit off, but what to do, right? We had a hard landing. Actually, we could have go around because of unstable approach, but we didn't do so. We had to take that blame up. So we are checking the engine temperature is good, and turning off engine 1. And I also need the services over here, ground power unit, and make it available. And then I'm turning off engine number 1. Wow, now I have done my flight, but my FPM rate, I couldn't manage it in this flight, but that's fully okay. What to do, right? We have to manage it in the way that we need it, but this time it was not. But what do you think? Tell me in the comment. In your opinion, would you fly with me? Do you fly with me? Do you fly with Dulip? Can you write down in the comment? If I landed good, just hit that like button and subscribe this channel. Otherwise, just tell me what I need to improve. Okay, no response from the small window, and from the large window. Shamika, tell me, what do you think on this? Apologies, I couldn't do a good landing, and I eaten up your expectations over here. Apologies about that. I could have stabilized my flight a little bit earlier. That is exactly where I faced this issue. But anyway, now I have arrived in this destination, and let's analyze my this flight. How is it? That's all I need to know right now. Great, I need only one pirate now to become the junior first officer. And when it comes to the flights from the Sri Lankan virtual, I have done few flights: Sri Lanka, Maldives, India, Pakistan, Singapore, and Japan. So the next flight would be to Maldives. This is my final flight for today, and we have some celebrations to do. And I think you should be there to celebrate that with me. I'm going to take my flight to Maldives, and that is the flight that I will be in right now. So first of all, now I have done that flight, and this is my last flight going to be. ටිරන් ලෑන්ඩ් කරාද?
ඔව් ලෑන්ඩ් කරා.
මගේ දෙවෙනි ලෑන්ඩින් එක නම් අවුල් ඈ.
ගණන් ගන්නද?
FPM එක 412යි. මං බැලුවේ අර ඩිසයින් කරගෙන ඇවිල්ලා රන් එක ළඟදීම අඩු කරන්න.
මගේ ලකුණු කැපිලා තින්නේ මේ මොකක්ද අර කේස් එකට. engine not started in sequence. I'm a 1-2 නේ start කරේ වැට්ටන්න අවත කියලා.
අම්මට R points කියලා 100ක් තියෙනවා. ඒ මොකද්ද?
R points කියන්නේ rank points.
ඒ කියන්නේ ඒක හොඳයිද?
100ක් තියන්නේ.
තියෙනවනේ එහෙම එක. landing with fuel above the final reserve ඔක්කොම 100යි ලකුණු. connected with network, VATSIM, starting points, on time booked departure, on time booked arrival, multiple flights, වලට දෙකක් හම්බ වෙලා තියෙනවා ලකුණු. Multiple flights 2+, flight length less than 2 hours +5, stabilized approach +5, landing good, engine started in sequence, preparation time. ඒ ඔක්කොටම දීලා තියෙනවා ලකුණු 100. ඒ කියන්නේ මං හිතන්නේ ඔතන මල්ටිපල් ෆ්ලයිට්ස් එකට ලකුණු 5ක් දෙනවා. on time booked arrival, on time booked departure. හරිද? ඒ කියන්නේ මේක අර යන වේගෙන්ම කරොත් ලකුණු 100ක් ගන්න පුළුවන්.
ඔව් ඒ on time ඒ departure time එක දාපුවා මම දෙන්නේ නැහැ ඒකයි. මගේ landing rate එක 275යි.
ඒක හොඳයි. මගේ මේ මට උනේ ඇත්තට මම අර ගොඩක් I came up from bit high and then I got down. එතකොට ඒක ටිකක් දුර වැඩි.
කොහොමද මේ ඇවරේජ් එක 300ට අඩුවේ තියාගන්න තමයි උඩරම try කරන්නේ 291යි. ඔක ගොඩක් අඩුවෙන් තිබ්බේ මේ අර එක ලෑන්ඩින් එක කෝල් කියා එකකින් වැඩි වුණා ඒක.
මගේ ඇවරේජ් එක 500 ගණන් වල
මගේ නෑ මේ පොඩ්ඩයි මගේ ඇවරේජ් එක බලන්න. මගේත් ඇවරේජ් එක බලන්න පුළුවන් නේ.
ඔව් ඩෑෂ්බෝඩ්
කොතනින්ද ඒක බලන්නේ ඩෑෂ්බෝඩ් එකකින් නේ.
ප්‍රොෆයිල් ඩෑෂ්බෝඩ් එක.
පොඩි ටික වැටිගෙන යනවා දැන්.
FPM එක 363යි මගේ.
363. අවුලක් නැහැ 363. ආනේ.
නෑ ඒ කියන්නේ ඇවරේජ් අඩුම ෆ්ලයිට් එකක ඒ ටික අපි හරියට කරගන්න එපයිනේ.
ඇවරේජ් 200ට වගේ තියාගන්න පුළුවන් නම් ගොඩක් හොඳයි. ඒක ගොඩක් ස්මූත්.
ඇවරේජ් එක මම 100ට තියාගන්නවා. මම අද මේ ඩිසෙන්ට් කරේ අර රන්වේ එක ළඟට ඩිසෙන්ට් වෙන්න.
100ට ගියාම මේ ලකුණු කපනවා.
ඇයි?
මම එකපාරක් 134 දාලා මේ ඒ කියන්නේ too smooth වෙන්නත් හොඳ නෑලු ලෑන්ඩින් එක.
නෑ ඒක වෙන්නේ ඩ්‍රයිනර් රන්වේ එක අවුලක් නෑ. වැඩේ තියෙන්නේ මේ සමහර වෙට් රන්වේ වල එතකොට ලෝඩ් එක වැඩි නා. එතකොට හොඳ නෑ කියලා කියන්නේ.
මේ මුරාන මේ ලිවරි එක ඇක්සෙප්ට් කරලා
කරනවා. ඇයි මගේ ගිය පාර ජපාන් එක ඒගොල්ලෝ ටිකක් වෙලා ගන්න නෑ. ඒ පයිරෙප් එකක් දාලා මොනවා හරි අලයක් තිබ්බොත් ඒගොල්ලෝ ඒක මේ රිවිවර් කෙනෙකුට ඇක්සෙප්ට් කරන්න දෙනවා. ඒකයි ප්‍රශ්නේ. ඇත්තටම.
අර අලුත් අර කවුද අර ශාමිකද කවුද හදපු ලිවරි එක.
And let me know in the chat where would you like to go as my next flight. This is my final flight for today and this is great and today I'm having that landing. Thank you very much Shamika. Be online. You can even stay continued but even you can sleep as well. Thank you for staying up throughout my landing. Really appreciate.
Thank you again.
And එයාද ලිවරි එක හැදුවේ ශාමිකද?
ඔව් එයා තමයි.
Shamika, thank you for the livery. I think you created one livery but I didn't know from your name you are Shamika. Your name is Videv or something, right? In the chat. Yep, and right now this is the time I need to go to most attracted tourist location that is Male. Right now Male. දැන් මං හැමදාම මං ෆ්ලයි කරන්නේ නැහැ නේ. අද ඉවර කරනවා. ඕක නැත්තම් මේක නිකන් අල්ලගත්තා වගේනේ මේක වගේ. And now I am going to Male. VRMM Male Velena International Airport. My next destination I am dispatching this flight. And then I am taking ALK 101. It is going 150. But now time is 4:19. But that is the suitable flight. A333. I think I'm this time going with A333. That means A330-900. And I'm going on city of Kempegowda this time. Or means Kandy. And also I'm getting offline network wet sim. That means I need to restart my simulator. Taraka, would you like to join with me for a co-pilot flight, shared cockpit co-pilot flight? Taraka?
We are very deep enough.
shared cockpit co-pilot කෙනෙක් විදියට එන්න බැරිද? And we have baggage containers.
කරන එක මං ගාව නෑනේ.
ඒකත් ඔය ඇප් එකේමයි කරනවා ඇත්තනේ.
නෑ නෑ.
අපි එහෙනම් ඇත්තටම මේ
මොකද්ද ජොයින් නෑ මොකද්ද? ඔය ධනුෂය දන්නවා මොකද්ද කියලා. ඒක දාගන්න ඕනේ.
Will ask from Eric නේද? Then okay, now for Romeo face.
You know.
Hari, good night.
Good night.
Good morning. Okay, this time we are going to Maldives or Malé International Airport, Malé Velena International Airport. So if you are connected to this flight, please let us know in the comment. Right now, we are spooling up our aircraft. That is the first thing we have to do. Actually, this is my A330-900, but this time I'm going to choose the other aircraft, the big brother A330. So I will definitely need a bit of time in order to switch up this up to my new aircraft. That means A330-900. That is my new 100. We are trying to do this. Tiran? Gya Tarak innone?
Oh, Tiran gya.
Taraka me flight එක ඉවර නම් co-pilot කතාව බලමු පොඩ්ඩක්. And now
මට තේරෙනවා කියන්නේ
co-pilot එකක් තියෙනවානේ. co-pilot flight එක.
Co-pilot.
And we are right now in Bandaranaike International Airport. Just a matter of changing the airplane. Right now we are looking for a different airplane to Malé Velena International Airport. And let me know your feedback whenever it is coming to the landing. And we want to thank our friend for creating SriLankan livery. Chamika Chaturanga developer. Oh my gosh, Chamika Chaturanga. It's great. I know you by the name now. I prefer to call you in the name than SC Dev. Even most of the time I saw someone called SC Dev is there. But that is not the exact person I was looking for. Right now I'm taking A350-900. No, that is not the aircraft I want to select. I'm taking A330-300-941 and make sure because the approval taking a little bit of time, right? That is where the serious problem is. Either what we can do is we can modify the booking and stay up with the other aircraft. Maybe I'm selecting to go with this. Even though it is taking time, I will get the rank for sure. So I get fly via simulation and I get my lovely SriLankan livery, and I invite you to have this stream. This is my big brother going to the game. Right now A330-900 from B9 gate, B14 gate is going to depart to Malé International Airport. What do you think about it? Can you connect to this stream and have a look into this particular screen on planes? This is very important because we are flying to another destination. This is where I am getting my first badge in VMCs with SriLankan Virtual Airlines. At the same time, you can see all our airlines available in the region. And in a moment, I will turn up my aircraft on. and definitely I'll have some configurations over there. Let's do that one as well. And now we are just taking off from runway 22 and arriving in Male. This is just 1 hour journey, and then we are done, and we have taken our all the aspects, and I think that's it. Dev has done a great job in creating the liveries, and I hope he can develop it further. Okay, I'm coming up with this flight, and then I need to upload this flight into VMCs. From there I need to get my latest flight, and then I need to pre-file the flight as well. That means I book this flight in VetSim. That means globally you can track with ALK 101 call sign. And I'm switching the call sign into ALK 101. So the aircraft is A330-900. Righto. Now everything is done and ready. That means we have one specific configuration to do. This is right, and we can do the flight configuration. Now we are in the plane. First of all, we'll do this and this, and let's start the APO, and at the same time let's take up the fuel and get it up there, and from the FMGC, from here let's init the flight plan to Male International Airport. Now it will be coming up. It will take a little bit of time, but yep, right now it has been arrived. And from here we go to the departure for today's flight. It is coming right up, runway 22. Mostly it is going to be Lalum 1 Delta. Since we are in the company now, we know the waypoints it is arriving, it is assigning. And Telic is the trans. Let's cross check. Lalum 1 Delta, Telic, and M512, Hockey 1 Alpha. So we have done with that. At the arrival side as well, we quickly configure. That is Maldives, right? This is Maldives, guys. When it comes to Maldives, I would say that is Hockey 1 Alpha is the departure. Oh, sorry, apologies. That means it should be runway 36 with that beautiful ILS is available in runway 36 X-ray. Haritaraga. And after the X-ray we have Zulu. No, for this runway 36 we have X-ray and Whiskey. So I'm selecting ILS 36 Whiskey. Arrival as Hockey 1 Alpha. Hockey 1 Alpha is the arrival I'm going to select. This is my golden arrival for today's flight. This is my first rank and I'm better prepared for this. And in the arrival Hockey 1 Alpha, and I don't have any VR in my opinion. I don't have any VR mentioned. But we can explore that, but it is not required. And we can insert it. Yup. We have done our flight configuration end to end. And here we have discontinuity. And we'll fix it up for you over here. And now we have the full flight. And let's go to the other side of the flight as well. And let's check it out. What kind of configurations we have. I think from 22 we are getting the 36, right? Likewise, everything is blah 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 blah. Everything is all there. And over here I need to configure the fuel. For that I'll start the sim brief. Invalid aircraft type detected. I think I might need to stop the visibility. Maybe I'll bring the traffic fully up and I'll close this region. Maybe fully, like this. And here also I need to show the traffic overlay. Just to make sure my data is protected. That's the only deal over here. Okay, everything is good and working. Great. Now we have the sim brief flight data. We need to configure the aircraft. First of all, let's enable nav real quick. And then cruise apply. Make sure bat 1 and 2 is on. And I think here there is a problem. We'll need to wait a little bit. That will be up. Apart from that, everything will be coming up at the same time. I need to load the fuel. Let's see how much fuel we have. 7,200. Let's go here. That means take off 16,000. That means 17,102. Let's take it out. 20,000 fuel. 20,000 kilograms of fuel we are bringing with this configuration. 21,000 is enough and refueled. I understand it has to be much more realistic, but this time I'll keep it like this.
Boarding
I'll
completed.
onboard my passengers. You can ask JetBridge to come in. And also, I'm all good over here, and passengers are entered into the cockpit, and I'm turning on all the lights on, and passenger seat belts, and
Ladies and gentlemen,
emergency
from the flight
lights.
deck, on behalf of myself, your captain,
alarm
the
for
first
now,
officer and cabin
and
crew, I'd like to take
then
this
we'll
time to
turn it
welcome you
off.
aboard our flight. We're just wrapping up some paperwork up front here and waiting to receive final numbers from the ground crew, then we'll be on our way. Flight attendants will be coming through the cabin shortly with a very important safety briefing. We do ask that you give them your full, undivided attention as they review the safety operations of this Airbus aircraft. We do appreciate your business having you aboard this flight. If there's anything we do to make your flight any more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Welcome aboard.
Maybe this configuration is a little bit off for me. Let's keep it around 5 over here as block pole, but that's okay. Look at this airport. It is a very beautiful airport. You can see all the breathtaking views of the airport. This is the airport where we are right now in. Actually, it is very closer to us. And another aircraft on the other gate over here. It is also getting ready for the departure. And we have 2 aircrafts today in this vicinity of the airport. And I'm just making it up to make sure everything is up to the standards. I'm just checking the fuel is okay, payload is okay, and everything over here is okay. Only thing is jet bridge I can remove. People are onboarded, my baggage truck, everything I have done. You can assume like that, and you can also remove the ground power unit for now. And takeoff weight we need to configure. Let's take the takeoff weight from here. That is 177.3. We can say I'm just checking some valuable information over here. Okay, we say 130. 130. Looks like these configurations are not an issue for now. Our flex to temp. Takeoff speed are too low. I'll take it as 151. This agreement is fine. We can fix it up. And flex to temp 53. Let's commit around 69. Okay, our flight configurations are good right now. Okay, quickly go through the checklist. Gear pins uncovered, verify and stowed. Full quantity checked. 20,100 seat belts on and checked. ADIR is set to now and available. Para reference 1010 or 1013. There I need to check that 1010 para reference. Here also it is 1010. And initial climb, let's say somewhere around 2300, 3400, 500, 600. Okay, I will keep it somewhere around here. And temperature, okay, checked. Before start, parking brake set to set. Takeoff speed and thrust idle. We're just confirming whether it is idle. or in the reverse thrust. Right now it is in the idle. Windows closed, beacon on. Checklist completed, APO bleed on. Checklist complete. Okay, we can push back the aircraft. Our gate number is Bravo 14. Traffic pushing back from Bravo 14. Expected runway 22. Okay, connected pushing car.
Boarding completed.
Boarding is already completed. It was a mistake, but that's fine. I can say my direction is over there. No, I don't want to change any of the direction for now. In a slow, steady speed, I will take the aircraft a little bit out from this location.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck, on behalf of myself, your captain, the first officer, and cabin crew, I'd like to take this time to welcome you aboard our flight. We're just wrapping up some paperwork up front here and waiting to receive final numbers from the ground crew, then we'll be on our way. Flight attendants will be coming through the cabin shortly with a very important safety briefing. We do ask that you give them your full, undivided attention as they review the safety operations of this Airbus aircraft. We do appreciate your business having you aboard this flight. If there's anything we do to make your flight any more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Welcome aboard.
It was operational mistake. I will revert that up. And stopping parking brake. And right now I am going to depart. When it comes to the Sri Lankan safety audio, I'm playing it just for your enjoyment and to enjoy the same experience. But whatever the audios, their original ownership is at SriLankan Airlines, and there is no relationship between us, the virtual airline, and the Sri Lankan. And also we are also flyers of Sri Lankan virtual. That means we are just doing that as a part of promoting in our virtual flights. That is the only reason. And I'm running my audio right now.
Ayubowan and welcome to Sri Lankan Airlines. Ayubowan and welcome to Sri Lankan Airlines. Taking off is a world of fun. We're soaring up to the clouds towards the sun. But before we get started and set you on your trip, please buckle up and hear out these safety tips. Now store your bags overhead or under the seat. Keep the exits and aisles clear, then tuck in your feet.
Check. Cabin crew, be
First
seated
things
for
first,
departure.
you've got to buckle up for flight.
After the
Slip
safety
it in,
briefing.
zip it tight till it starts feeling just right. Just lift the top flap up if you need to go. But keep it on visibly if the sign says no. In the unlikely event of an emergency, follow our instructions and listen carefully. Please reach under your seat for your safety vest, but in business class, check your safety card, and we'll explain the rest. Then put it over your head, strap it around your waist, buckle in and tighten to keep it in place. Don't inflate it on board. Wait till you step outside. Then pull the red tabs down or blow the tubes on the sides. If you're with children under the age of 2, special life vests would be provided to you. Now, if the cabin pressure changes, we'll keep you from the dangers. Oxygen masks will drop from above. Let's take care of you first, then help the ones you love. Pull it down, cover your nose and mouth. Wrap the bands around, then tighten the band. Next, turn to your loved ones and lend them a hand. In the unlikely event of an unplanned landing, we'll say this thrice for your understanding. Keep your heads down and stay down. Heads down, stay down. Heads down, stay down. Trust in the crew, there's always a plan. We've got multiple exits, so you're going to be fine. Follow the flow path lights to the nearest sign. Remember to take your heels off and leave them aside. There's no reason to wait. So head on to the slides at your nearest exit. Oh, and before landing and takeoff, note the basics in flight. Switch your devices off. And don't pull out that light. There is no smoking in here. Pull your seat upright, buckle up and don't lean. Store your trays away and also your screen. If the window seat's the one for you, lift the blinds up for takeoff and let the light shine through. Finally, as we gear up to soar, please check out the safety card for these tips and more. A safe flight is our promise to you. The crew's always around to guide you through. With warmth and hospitality day and night.
Starting engine number 2.
We thank you for flying SriLankan Airlines. Enjoy your flight.
Which floor?
12.
Right now we are starting up our engine. Then only we are moving for the departure. Right now we are getting ready with our checklist. Still we need to wait a little bit. Still engines are turning on. I think I lost some scores over here. There should be engine 1 and engine 2, but I did the other way around. Let's do something over here. I'm turning off engine number 2. And waiting until it is becoming 0. Because in this aircraft, the procedure says starting from engine number 1 and then go to engine number 2. So because of that, I'll wait a little bit, just like this, And starting engine number 1. Look at this spinning. It is spinning very fast. Now this is stopping. I think we should be turning the side and then turning on the engine number 2. Because my procedure went off in the wrong direction, so I need to make sure it is right. Yes, takeoff configuration is normal and we can taxi. Okay, this is our A330-900 aircraft. But with that, we are going to our destination. Colombo traffic, taxi into runway 22. I don't know why I cannot hear anyone's voice messages. I don't know what is the reason. I think one person is departing. He is waiting for me. Yep. He is waiting for me and I'm crossing the runway for the departure. And you can also see ALK101, that is myself. Is slowly moving towards the runway. Fully configure the aircraft for the departure. We are slowly taxiing. Our speed is barely manageable 7 and will not barely, actually fully managed. And preparing cabin for the departure in a while. And over here you can see the Sri Lankan catering office. Cabin crew be seated for takeoff. Traffic entering runway 22 for departure. Traffic entering runway 22 for departure. Enter into the runway for the departure. Traffic lining up with runway 22. And we can see the piano keys, and even from over here we can get into the airport. Sorry, to the runway, to the piano keys. Takeoff config check. Normal. Takeoff thrust. Full thrust. Rotate. Positive climb. Gear up. Look at this. I forgot to correct that, but that is completely okay right now. No flaps. Look at this. This is Colombo, and we are passing Colombo. Look at this. The environment is very beautiful. Look at this. There are some lights. I think in Colombo it's a main city, and with its suburbs there is a huge light pollution. You cannot look at the sky the same way you are looking from. That is becoming a truth where you cannot see the real colors from here, but if you look at when the lights are low, the colors are fully visible. I think that is an interesting finding. Look at these two different things. I think the cloud also there, but look at the light pollution in the city area, and where I'm right now. It does two different things over there. Turning off the lights. Turning off the view. Seatbelts. I think that this is one of the views that you can watch for a moment. It's not like you have watched Bangalore. Most important part is this beauty when we are arriving. Right now we can climb further up to. I mean, we can increase this up to the full speed. We have some distance to go, not the heading for sure. Flight level 380 is our cruising. We are increasing our speed now. that is by headwind. Now I think for Sri Lanka there is one arrival preparing up, but then we can look at how Mali is. Now we might be getting a sort of cross or tailwind in the next turn. Next turn looks like it will be a crosswind, but it is again a 6 knots, 7 knots, varies between that. But we can't say what is the real climbing. It will come up to a cruising altitude in a moment. Actually, we have a few minutes to reach there. You can see we are coming closer to the top of descent as well as the top of climb, almost closer to the same location. Then after that we might need to reduce this. Some distance still is there to go, but our top of descent also coming closer. Let's enjoy the rest of the journey, but please be there with me, because today is going to be a golden day, because I'm getting my junior first officer rank. Let's see whether I get it or not during the destination. Turn it up into a little bit morning livery again, because morning is very beautiful in let's go to real time. It is 5:18. Anyway, with this livery we are close to the morning right now. You can see everything is visible. Getting visible, it is closer to morning. I'll bring it 1 hour up the real time. Enjoy the rest of the flight.
Report to flight deck, ladies and gentlemen. As we have noticed, we have begun our initial descent down to our destination. Now would be a good time to wrap up any business you need to take care of as we prepare for approach. If you are up, once you return to your seat, we ask that you remain seated until the aircraft arrives safely at the gate. Flight attendants, please prepare the cabin for a ride.
Okay, now we are reducing our speed for the landing, but still we are keeping around 1,000 feet, and we can go to flaps 2. And we can go further down to flaps 3 maybe. Cabin crew, be seated for landing. ILS.
Flight attendants, please prepare for landing.
2,500. $2,500.
Hi Ramesh. Yes, headwind simulation. But this time I'm running a little bit slowly. Landing it out. That's full.
Flight attendants, please prepare for landing.
I think now I can see the runway over there on my right. Runway inside.
2,500.
Check.
Two thousand.
Traffic final 1 mile to Mali International Airport runway 36.
One thousand.
Check. Too high.
Five hundred.
Check. Level off.
500. 100 above. 400. Minimum.
Continue.
200. 100. 80. 70. 60. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard.
Looks like I had crosswind. Okay, now we have arrived in the Maldives International Airport, Belena International Airport. Let's look at our landing performance. I don't know how was the landing performance. I think touchdown 754 fpm. It's a little bit high, but I think there was crosswind or something. Finally, aircraft leaned down into one particular location. But I think in order to learn this, it will take a little bit of time. Since we are documenting everything, we can make it for our use. Actually, if the landing is 600 fpm or more, then we need to make sure the Oreo struts are examined by the ground crew, the required technicals. Let's see what is the gate for us today. Okay, now you can see the Chinese Friendship Road of Male from here. Okay, we have arrived in Male International Airport, and let's wait. Before that, I just want to check the ground power unit and make sure it is turned on. Let's check the engine. Temperature 105. I think we are good with it. I don't know whether will I have a review or will they approve the flight. I'm just looking into it. It is accepted right now. I'm junior first officer with score of 95 this time. I think I descended too much early, and then I went in less than 5,000 feet. So I could have reduced the altitude slowly, and I also faced an issue, but the landing was smooth. I mean, at least it is smooth than expected. So where did I lose? That is the only problem I have. Multiple flights is there, connected network, blah blah blah, and I'm junior first officer, and this is what I wanted to show you. And from now onwards, I'm going to be a junior first officer. Fascinating. As I thought, as I planned, today I bought my junior first officer badge. Then after that, I also have to go through another 42 hours of flight time to get the senior first officer. That means a lot. One moment I'll share you that surprise with you. Look at that, guys. Right now, I am about to get the senior first officer. Right now, I'm junior first officer. So, only problem is my landings were not that good as I anticipated. Even though I tried hard, yet I need to improve A330-900 landings for sure. Now I have 2 type ratings, and for Maldives I need to return once more. And when it comes to PIREPs, 20 PIREP should be there. That means another point should be there, and 42 hours. A lot of time, but will complete that flight definitely. This is going to be an amazing thing. And thank you very much for watching. You know how much burden I went through during today's flight by early descending the flight. Right now I have my, what do you call it, my junior first officer rank. I just have a look into this in my email, whether have I got any emails for this. Okay, over here I again need to fly another 42 hours. You know, it's a kind of challenging thing. Anyhow, we'll have to do that. And thank you very much for being with me during this flight. Actually, this flight was quite a bit of challenging. I think I have came down a little bit from the points wise, but definitely I should get it back up to the levels. and my trend is declining, unfortunately. I'm at 325, but right now I think I have came down a little bit, but let's make sure that is fine for us. Actually, here's 16 hours. Actually, Romesh has flown some time also. Anyway, let's